regular meeting of the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission. We've got Russell Fisk from Office of General Counsel helping us out for this meeting. So Russell, could you go ahead and call the roll?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Ellison.
Present.
Commissioner Aguilera.
Present.
And Mr. Chairman.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, all three commissioners are present. You may proceed with the meeting.
Thank you. Okay, so next item is the Pledge of Allegiance and State Pledge. So before we do that, I was just going to take a moment of personal, forget what that's called in Robert's rules, but today is National New Mexico Day. So welcome to our meeting on National New Mexico Day. Just not sure how that happened, but it's on your calendar somewhere, and I'm not even sure if we're celebrating any special event, but it is New Mexico Day. And so just wanted to highlight that, hey, it's on New Mexico Day, you have free access to 35 New Mexico state parks for any of the 8 state-operated museums or 7 historic sites. So instead, you're here. But just wanted to commemorate National New Mexico Day before we do Pledge of Allegiance and State Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The flag of the state of New Mexico is the symbol of our traditions on one day. All right, so next item is consideration and approval of agenda. Commissioners, do you have any changes you'd like to discuss about the agenda we've posted? Okay, so
I'm sorry, let's see, I would propose that 2 of the items come off of the consent to the regular agenda, one of them being the 22-183 case, and the other being the 23-199 case.
And in addition to that, we have a request to move case 23151 TR. So it's transportation case number 3 to the regular agenda also. So any discussion on moving those 3 cases from consent to regular? Okay, so I will move to approve the agenda that was posted as modified by moving the 3rd item in the transportation matter and the 4th and 6th items in the utility matter section from the consent agenda to regular.
I second.
Take the Commissioner Aguilera.
Aye.
Commissioner Ellison.
Aye.
And Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 3-0 to approve the agenda as amended.
Okay, so then just as we proceed through the meeting, we'll keep utility matter A1 as the first item. Because Mr. Lundeen has a scheduling conflict, and then go to the transportation case and then resume the utility agenda and add the 2 utility items at the end.
Commissioner
makes sense.
O'Connell.
Yes, Robert.
Hi, yeah, this is Robert. If I could I make a request to do my cases back to back? I'm trying to make it to a CLE class at 11. So if I could get my stuff out of the way first, I would greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, good point. I hadn't snapped that 183 is your case also. So yeah, we'll do your two cases first and then the transportation case and then the agenda as posted and follow up with case 199. So now, having said that, we'll see if I can remember that while we get to it. Okay, speaking of remembering things, next item on the agenda is approval of prior meeting minutes. So commissioners, we've got drafts of 2 meeting minutes in our packet, May 31st and June 7th. Is there any discussion or revisions?
If you don't mind, I may abstain from voting on the June 7th meeting since I was not present, but I would be happy to vote on the May 31st minutes.
Yeah, understood. Then I guess just to keep it clean, I'll move for approval of the May 31st, 2023 minutes.
I second.
We have to-
Commissioner Ellison,
Aye.
Mr. Chairman,
Aye.
and Commissioner Aguilera.
Aye.
The Mr. Chairman, the May 31st minutes are approved 3-0.
Okay, so then I'll also move to approve the June 7th, 2023 minutes.
I second. Mr. Chairman
Aye.
and Commissioner Aguilera.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, we have 2 votes in favor and 1 abstention to approve the minutes for June 7th.
Get the announcements. I just was waiting for somebody else to join us in the room, but so next item is announcements. I understand there are a couple, so I'll turn the floor over to Commissioner Aguilera.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I wanted to introduce my new technical advisor, Cynthia Enriquez, who is sitting on the left side of the room, I guess, is from my perspective. And so she's joining us from Excel Energy's Public Service Company of Colorado. And she spent the last year there as a revenue requirements analyst, and she is also a fellow Aggie, went to NMSU and got her master's in economics with a concentration in public utility regulation. And she has some experience as a graduate assistant there as well. And I am very, very excited to have her help and get to work. So, thank you.
Welcome. Do we have any more announcements? Yeah.
Mr. Chair, yeah, commissioners, good morning. I'd like to welcome our new Chief General Counsel, Scott Cameron, to our team. Scott has more than 20 years of public service with the state of New Mexico in various roles. Most recently, he was the director of the litigation division at the New Mexico Attorney General's office. And before that, he was with UNM School of Law. We're really excited to have him join our team and to maybe in the future sit in Russell's seat, although those are some big shoes to fill. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that.
And I would like to make a couple of announcements. One, I would like to remind folks that we are having a reliability workshop this Friday at 1:30, and our agenda does include comments from remarks from commissioners. So I wanted to make sure that you were aware that you're down on the agenda for making some remarks if you should choose to do so on the reliability issue. And I would also like to see us do a press release on that. So I'll talk with folks about that after the meeting. And I did also want to say that Miss Judy Amer will be transitioning to become my technical advisor, and feel that I should apologize to both of you because she's such an asset to all of us, and I realize that I'll be getting more of her time than you will. So so I apologize for that, but she's still going to be here, and she's still going to be an asset to the whole PRC. So I appreciate her willingness to fulfill this role, and am looking forward to it.
Yeah, thank you for that. And that's great news, Ms. Amer. Yeah, we've got a dynamic situation up on the third floor. Which is, it's great. Okay, so next item on the agenda is public comment with Mr. Mueller's move to the hearing examiner's office. Public comment is being managed by Patrick Rodriguez, who is the voice in the sky here in this meeting. So Patrick, do we have anyone signed up for public comment?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we do have one individual signed up via Zoom, and I'm not aware of anyone in the hearing room right now who would like to give public comment. So however you would like to proceed.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anyone in the hearing room here for public comment. So please introduce our speaker.
Yes, we have Talia Sanchez. Talia, I think I saw you online earlier. If you are there, please
Yes.
proceed.
I'm here. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Talia, and I'm speaking out today in favor of the Avangrid merger. I've seen a lot of misinformation being spread about the merger by some individuals who stand to benefit from it not happening. I ask you to look at the good, honest work they have done with countless companies. One of the most prominent and influential mergers Avangrid has just made has been with the Navajo Nation. They have still allowed the Navajo Nation to maintain 51% control and have brought electricity to thousands of their homes. This merger shows how well they work with their partners and their client-first mentality. Thank you all very much for your time and attention. Have a good rest of your day.
Great, thank you, Talia. And Mr. Chair, I believe that concludes public comment for today.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Okay, so next item is consent action items with the revision to the agenda. We're considering the proposed actions in transportation matters, section A, items 1 and 2, and utility matters, section B, items 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, and 8. So commissioners, is there any discussion or a motion on the consent agenda?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you. I'll second. Roll call, Mr. Fisk.
Commissioner Aguilera. Aye. Mr. Chairman
Aye.
and Commissioner Ellison.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 3-0 in favor of approving the consent agenda items as amended.
Thank you. So next on the regular agenda, we'll move to the two cases that Mr. Lundin will present. So I guess your you choose, Mr. Lundin, which case you want to take first, either 22-00183 UT or 23-00122.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'll proceed with the one I'm more prepared for. So case number 23-00122-UT. which is the formal complaint of Zenaida Perez against PNM. So today I'm presenting to you a proposed order on the formal complaint. The proposed order would address Ms. Perez's request for relief, and it would grant a form of relief. So this complaint was filed in early April of this year, and it alleges that PNM improperly billed complainant's account and improperly drafted from complainant's bank. For relief, the complainant requests credit for the 6 months of the billing mistakes, for 6 months of future free utilities, and for her 2 checks to be returned that represent payments for 3 months worth of utilities. In all, it amounts to approximately 15 months worth of electric charges. In the answer, PNM admitted to the billing and drafting mistake and otherwise did not deny any of the averments made in the complaint. During the 6-month period at issue, apparently another customer's bank information was applied to complainant's account. So that customer paid for complainant's usage during those 6 months. Additionally, our rules require that in the answer, if the respondent denies or desires to satisfy the complaint, it shall state the relief it is willing to grant. So in the answer, PNM's proposed form of relief was to credit half of the outstanding balance back to Zenaida Perez, or approximately $139. Although Ms. Perez did not accept PNM's offer. So this matter has somewhat been simplified to just determining and granting a reasonable and prudent form of relief because there are no facts in dispute. The commission previously asked staff to weigh in on the remedy, and staff's opinion aligns with PNM's that half of the outstanding balance as a bill credit would be reasonable. I believe that both PNM and staff's proposals are reasonable. Also, I believe that Zenaida Perez's request for 15 months of free electric charges is unreasonable and unsupported in the complaint. Late on Friday, I worked with Commissioner Aguilera and we developed some substantive and some non-substantive edits to the proposed order. The latest version was sent to you on Friday in an email, and it was also uploaded to Board Effect. However, I did not amend the memo to reflect the latest changes. Just to be sure we're all on the same page, I want to read through the 2 decretal paragraphs on the form of relief. And so now I'm quoting from the order. It is therefore ordered, complainant's request for relief is hereby denied pursuant to paragraph 15 of this final order. PNM's offer of satisfaction is approved. PNM shall provide a credit of $138.91 to the account of complainant, and PNM shall file a compliance notice by June 23rd, 2023, that the credit was completed. Complainant shall be responsible for the remaining $138.91 account balance, and complainant shall be entitled to repay it as a lump sum or on an installment basis over 6 months at minimum, or for a longer term if complainant requests, not to exceed 12 months. And no fees or interest shall accrue to this remaining account balance. Upon the filing of the compliance notice, the complaint shall be deemed resolved and the docket closed, pending any motion for rehearing or appeal. And complainant shall be refunded the $25 filing fee. If PNM disputes the ordered relief, the commission may proceed to consider violations of Rule 560 in the Public Utility Act pursuant to Section 62.12.4. So with that, I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lundin. Commissioners, do you have any questions or discussion on this item? Yeah, I'll go. I mean, part of the reason why this was on the regular agenda, just wanted to highlight 2 things. It's just kind of a theme, is when folks are asking relief, stay within the bounds of what we are able to grant. And then the other is, this complaint's being resolved along the lines of what staff and PNM have suggested, because what they've suggested appears reasonable, but just also wanted to highlight for PNM and the other utilities the importance of working with your customers, because the root of this was a failure of communication, or at least included in the process was a failure of communication on something that, frankly, if I was a customer, I would be frightened if it happened to me. So anyway, that's how this got to the regular agenda, was just my observations on that, and thought it'd be worth it to point that out before we vote. But having said that, entertain a more discussion or a motion to handle this order.
Looks like we don't have any more discussion, so I move to approve this item.
Yeah, so I'll second that motion.
Commissioner Ellison,
Aye.
Mr. Chairman,
Aye.
and Commissioner Aguilera.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 3-0 to approve the proposed order.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Lundin, if you could take up your next item, which is case 22-00183 UT.
Yes, sir. And thank you. This is in the matter of the formal complaint of H.L. Rowley against Kit Carson Electric Cooperative. And I did not prepare any statements today for this one, so I'm going to be freestyling in a little bit. So excuse me if I'm a little bit disjointed in my comments. So this case is one that I took over from Hans Moore just a couple weeks ago as part of his caseload reassignment. The formal complaint was originally filed in July of 2022. And the crux of the complaint involves 2 months of high bills. So December of 2021 and January of 2022, the complainant alleges that these bills were abnormally high. And that there's a lot of other facets to the complaint, but without, kind of going down the rabbit hole of it, we should just kind of stick to thinking about the crux of the complaint, which is the 2 high bills. So when I got assigned this case, obviously I read through all the materials of the case to get acquainted with it. The last filing that was made in this case was a filing by staff, and it was a staff recommendation to dismiss the complaint. The crux of staff's conclusion being that Kit Carson Electric Cooperative had tested the meter and determined that it was not faulty, that it tested to be 99.3% accurate, which is within the plus minus 2% range that we allow in our rules. So based on that, staff said the complaint should be dismissed. However, I sort of disagree with that. I believe there's still areas of the record that are unclear to me. I have questions. There's opportunities to find violations of our rules and in the Public Utility Act. So I think that we should keep the fact-finding search going and keep digging a bit. So I drafted this proposed bench request to just be further questions to gain clarity on the case. So pursuant to some email traffic this morning with myself and Commissioner Ellison, there may be more room for questions to be added to the order. So with that, I would stand for questions and ask that perhaps Commissioner Ellison let us know if he has any thoughts or concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lundin. Yeah. Turn the floor over to you, Commissioner Ellison.
Sure. Thank you. I guess, a couple of things struck me about this case. One is the unusual location of the meter not on the customer's property. And so, it seems to me that whenever you've got a meter in one location and a line going to the customer's property, you do have a higher risk of the possibility of someone tapping into that connection and using electricity without the knowledge of the consumer. So, I support the idea of asking some more questions here, and I would like to add a few questions regarding the meter placement and potential for meter relocation, as well as how thorough an investigation was done to determine that, an unauthorized connection was not made downstream of that meter. So my main interest would be including a couple of questions along those lines.
So then how would you like to proceed with that? I don't know that there is a statutory deadline on this item. So one way we could proceed is table it so you have time to work with Mr. Lundin, and we'll get a new order next week. Probably less preferable, could work out those 2 or 3 items you want added to the order now and we could vote on it. But what I'm hearing is that what we'll be voting on is something different than what we've seen. So just try to make sure we respect the process and have a good order that we can vote on. Or there might be a third solution if you have something in mind.
Chair O'Connell, if I may chime in.
Yeah, please do.
Just so you're aware, I will be on PTO next week, so I won't be able to bring a revised order next week, but rather the following. And perhaps you may want to consider, since this is just a bench request, it would fall under the authority of a single commissioner to issue. So perhaps if this is tabled, one option could be to issue it as a SSO later. Just throwing that out there.
Thank you for that suggestion.
I'm certainly happy to work with Mr. Lundin to draft a couple of more questions and to get that out by the end of this week on a single signature order, if that seems like a good way to go.
Yeah, and thank you, Mr. Lundin, for anticipating the question I was going to ask, which was if we could do exactly this. I think that is a good idea for administrative efficiency. Your questions are fine with me. I do want to raise a question, not a question, sorry, a request in the draft bench request order that I would like to eliminate. This is decretal paragraph B, D. So this strikes me as somewhat personal request for information that I don't believe is necessary for in order to address the complaint. I think this is a valid question, but it's not about the facts of the complaint. And I think, there's some sort of accommodation that would be needed. We can, pick up the phone and ask. It's not about the merits. So I would prefer to just eliminate that question and not have, ask somebody to publicly provide personal information. And then I do have a question for Mr. Lundin. So one of the points raised by the complainant is the potential to have an independent third party perform a retest of the meter. And I wanted to ask Mr. Lundin, is that something that is an option that is afforded to the customer under the tariff?
Commissioner Aguilera, I don't believe so. Our rules discuss retests of meters in the context of the utility performing the retest. And I believe that's because the utility is the owner of the property, the meter itself. In the bench request, I I have a question to Kit Carson regarding like the practicality and the feasibility of having an independent third party perform the retest. Just because it is their property and they would have to, relinquish it for that retest. I mean, I'm hoping that question will shed some more light on this issue. So the complainant did request that an independent party do a retest. However, I'm not like the parameters of that I'm still unsure of. So that's what I'm trying to get at with this bench request.
Right. I think it is the utilities property and they should have the deference to test it. I mean, I don't think there's any reason to believe that they are not doing it properly. In my opinion, if the utility is willing to allow an independent third party to test it, I think that's fine, but I guess I'm not inclined to require that, especially because it's not in the tariff. So I think the question is fine here as it's explained, I think, because it's asking the utility whether it's feasible. But it's not a requirement in the tariff to allow a third party to, or, to have a third party do it. So just wanted to state that concern.
Yeah, I guess to follow up on that, it seemed like one of the issues here is that the utility did not give the consumer the opportunity to be present at the meter test, and so that seems to be, in my view, a valid complaint. One question for Mr. Lundin is the same meter in place that was in place, during this time in question?
No, sir. Around the same time as the complainant started making inquiries to the utility, the utility came out, they removed the meter that was claimed to be faulty, and then they replaced it with a different meter, which I assume that replacement meter is this one that's still in place there. And I assume that they're holding the meter subject to the complaint, somewhere. I don't think it exists in the record whether or not they've like reassigned it or redeployed it out into the system.
I understand. So that's kind of what you're getting at here as to whether that meter is still available to be tested.
Yeah, like I'm just not sure, like that physical meter, the number 1526621, I'm not sure because what's going on with it, because this is by now it's kind of an old complaint, and then on top of that the underlying issue is from late 2021, so it's a fair amount of time has passed, and something could have happened to that meter. So that's why I'm kind of asking about what's the feasibility and the practicality of even attempting this.
Right, thank you.
Okay, so I'll just make a suggestion how we can proceed is just go ahead and table the item that was on the agenda posted this week. And then with the understanding that Commissioner Ellison will work on whichever path that looks the best, either a signature order or bring it back on the agenda for a future meeting, depending on how you develop that.
And I would propose to strike that BD that Commissioner Aguilera objected to. So either way, I would.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Make sure that's done.
I agreed with that comment too. So, okay, so I will move to table item. It was utility matter 4 on the consent agenda.
All right, second.
Mr. Chairman,
Aye.
Commissioner Aguilera,
Aye.
Commissioner Ellison.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 3-0 to table the matter.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Lundin. Hopefully we haven't kept you too far beyond the beginning of your class.
Thank you, sir. I have plenty of time.
Okay, so next up on a revised agenda will be the transportation matter that we pulled from consent to regular. So that was transportation item 3 off of the consent agenda. Presentation from Ms. Avila Stefans. And please correct me when I'm butchering your name.
It's perfect, thank you. So I asked the commission to pull this off of the consent agenda and onto the regular agenda to ensure that the public is aware that I presented the exceptions that were filed on on Friday, this past Friday to the commission. And the proposed order denies those exceptions. This case came before the commission upon staff's petition to temporarily suspend operating authority upon receiving a report that a vehicle with American Transportation's name and NMPRC operating number was stopped and found to be trafficking narcotics. The commission issued a temporary suspension order, and expedited hearing is scheduled for this Friday. American Transportation filed a request for interim relief and a motion to vacate the suspension. And hearing examiner Christopher Ryan issued a recommended decision on those pre-hearing motions. And in his recommended decision, hearing examiner Ryan relies on the Motor Carrier Act statute that allows a commission to suspend and then upon suspicion of a safety violation without notice or public hearing. In the request for interim relief, American Transportation asked to be allowed to operate prior to the hearing and prior to the recommended decision on the merits. On the basis, they allege that not enough information was, that the commission did not have enough proof before temporarily suspending. In the hearing examiner's recommended decision on the interim relief, he stated various issues of fact and elaborated on the specific concerns of public safety that caused the commission to suspend. Now, the American Transportation filed exceptions to the recommended decision, claiming that, first of all, it did not come soon enough, that the facts now provided in preparation for the hearing do not support continued suspension. However, the proposed order in front of the commission denies those exceptions because the weighing of facts will be in front of the commission on Friday. And that is not a cause for interim relief. And in addition to addressing those exceptions, the proposed order highlights the purpose of the Motor Carrier Act, that is to preserve safety and hold accountable motor carriers. And that is what the commission is doing by temporarily suspending and hearing the merits on the case on Friday.
Yeah, thank you for that presentation. So just summarize what I heard. The commission acted a few weeks back to suspend a license for a transportation carrier. We've got a hearing on that in 2 days. And meanwhile, we're looking at procedural motions that we're hoping to speed that process up.
That's exactly right.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions or discussion?
Ms. Stefans, what did this company transport?
Do you mean legally?
Yes, I'm talking about what the company's main business, were they transporting people? Were they transporting goods? What was their?
Yes. So a non-emergency transport, non-emergency medical transport. From my understanding. And I think they had various other operating authorities that, but they were transporting people, yes.
Okay, so seeing no further questions or discussion, I will move to approve the order adopting recommended decisions.
Just to confirm, the recommended decision is to deny the interim relief sought by the company.
That's right.
And of course, we're, as Chair O'Connell mentioned, we're beginning a hearing on Friday on this matter and can have discussions with hearing examiner Ryan about how long a recommended decision may take in that case.
Yes, and I spoke to hearing examiner Ryan and he informed me that he'd be able to turn that over relatively quickly. And he is aware of the commission's concern on the timing on that recommended decision.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry to preempt your further questions.
That's fine. I just wanted to clarify what we were voting on here.
Okay, so far we just have a motion on the floor, waiting for a second.
I second.
I'll take the roll call. Commissioner Ellison,
Aye.
Mr. Chairman,
Aye.
Commissioner Aguilera.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 3-0 in favor of adopting the order.
Thank you. So next case is item number 2 in the regular action, utility matters, presentation by Ms. Judith Amer.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. This matter comes before you in case number 22-00155 UT in the matter of Southwestern Public Service Company's advice notice number 303. In particular, it comes to you upon hearing examiner Elizabeth Hurst's certification of stipulation issued on May 16th in the above referenced case. SPS proposes a new standby rate. Historically, SPS has had standby rates. The most recent version of its standby rates were implemented in case number 10-00395. These rates, number 59 and 67, were later rejected and removed from the commission after the commission found they were not cost or evidence based. That occurred in SPS's rate case number 2017-00255. The present case occurred out of a stipulation in SPS's last completed rate case, which was case number 20-00238 UT. In that rate case stipulation, which was entered in February of 2022, the parties entered into a stipulation which the commission approved and included the following requirement, provision XC. SPS agrees to file a standby rate tariff within 90 days of receiving a final order, in this case, including a standby tariff that is appropriate for solar generation for a solar generation facility. SPS will confer with interested parties when designing that tariff. Prior to the filing of advice notice 303, which initiated this present matter, SPS alleged that it conferred the parties in case number 20-00238 regarding the proposed standby service rider. However, after the advice notice number 303 was filed in May 17th, 2022, the following parties filed protests. Occidental Petroleum, Louisiana Energy Services, Federal Executive Agencies, New Mexico Large Customer Group, Renewable Energy Industries Association of New Mexico, both solar, and Coalition for Clean and Affordable Energy. On June 15th, 2022, the commission suspended the advice notice and appointed Elizabeth Hurst as hearing examiner, and a public hearing was held on January 4th and 5th in 2023. On February 20th, 2023, the hearing examiner issued a recommended decision, which, among other things, rejected advice notice number 303 and ordered SPS to file a new proposed standby rate in its current pending rate case, which is 22-00286. On February 27th, 2023, staff and SPS filed exceptions. And in March, they filed, SPS filed responses to exceptions. That was on March 2nd. On March 3rd, Utility Division staff, OPL, FEA, New Mexico Large Customer Group, and LES filed a joint unopposed motion requesting the commission extend the suspension period that was at that time scheduled to end on March 15th. They requested a 3-month extension to June 15th, 2023, which is tomorrow. And they requested that the commission not issue a final order until the parties had additional time to confer and conduct settlement negotiations. On March 8th, 2023, the commission issued an order that did extend the 9-month suspension period by an additional 3 months to June 15th, and required the parties to file a stipulation that was cost and evidence based, and that demonstrated all costs incurred by SPS for backup maintenance, supplementary, and reservation fees as defined in PRC Rule 17.9.570. On March 31st, the parties filed an uncontested comprehensive stipulation. I can go through the various options if the commission would like. However, right now I will, unless requested, I will say that the certification of stipulation adopted the stipulation and found that it met the 3 criteria for approval of stipulations, the commission's 3 criteria, which are that the uncontested stipulation is the result of arm's length negotiation among various parties with competing interests, including the utility commission staff, whose mission is to represent all customers, including residential and small commercial ratepayers, large commercial, industrial, and governmental customers. And the parties were represented by knowledgeable, capable counsel, who seriously bargained and the bargaining was done by individuals who understand rate cases. Number 2, the stipulation does not violate any regulatory principle or practice, nor does it depart from any commission rule or precedent. And 3, taken as a whole, the stipulation is in the public interest and will result in fair, just, and reasonable rates. The proposed order would adopt the stipulation in its entirety because the record contains a preponderance of evidence that is sufficiently credible to support a finding that the stipulation is fair, just, and reasonable. In addition, the proposed order would adopt the recommended decision that I previously mentioned that was issued by the hearing examiner, except for the finding number 7 and decretal paragraph E, which have been superseded by this order that adopted the certification of stipulation. Those two paragraphs had recommended and decreed that the commission move the standby issue to the rate case, which if the commission adopts the certification of stipulation, is now superseded. However, there was an excellent discussion of the requirements, the statutory and regulatory requirements for standby rates, and the requirement that they be cost and evidence based. And by adopting the recommended decision, except for those two paragraphs, that would become a commission order. And I stand for questions.
Thank you for that presentation. I'll turn it over to fellow commissioners. Do you have any questions or discussion on this one?
Ms. Amer, are we, the commission, able to revisit this particular aspect of the tariff, the standby tariff, on our own motion after some period of time? Say we observe how it's worked for a year, and would we have the ability to revisit it on our own motion?
Well, I would say you would, if that were something that the commission wanted to do, the commission would have to modify finding of fact number 14 in the certification of stipulation, because it says currently that SPS's standby tariff shall be considered to be interim pending actual data from an SPS customer served under the standby tariff. That is, right now, this is a standby tariff for the large general service transmission customers, and there are no LGST customers that have any behind the meter self-generation. So what this says is, if and when customers do install that, then and there is actual data, then after 1 year of collecting actual customer standby data, SPS shall file with the commission any necessary revisions to the standby tariff resulting from the analysis of the actual customer data. The word any necessary revision leaves that decision up to, it appears, up to SPS. So the commission may want to change that language if the commission wants SPS to file revisions resulting from analysis of the actual customer data. I mean, theoretically, they could say any revisions, or they could have to file justification as to why no revisions are necessary. Give them the choice. But right now, it seems to leave the decision up to SPS to file any necessary revisions. And if SPS thought revisions weren't necessary, they wouldn't have to. That's the way I would interpret that language.
I see, thank you. But in general, could the commission on its own authority, after some period of time, say we would like to revisit this particular standby rate? There's nothing that would preclude us from asking to revisit that rate.
Commissioner Ellison, that's correct. as a general matter, the commission has the authority to request a utility to file a rate case.
And that rate case could be a broad rate case, or it could be a narrow on a certain
Yes.
rate, such as a standby rate.
Yes, that is correct.
In terms of the PURPA legislation, what does PURPA require a utility to have? I believe the term standby is not used. Is that correct?
PURPA does not have the word standby. I'm not sure exactly what PURPA requires, except that PURPA has the federal government through PURPA has delegated to the states implementation of PURPA, and the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission adopted Rule 17.9.570 to implement PURPA. And in that rule, the PRC has defined backup, supplementary maintenance. That rule actually does not include the word standby. That being said, this particular standby tariff includes all those subcomponents that Rule 570 requires.
Okay, thank you. I do have a few comments to make. I do think it's interesting that there doesn't seem to be an interest, as far as I can tell, in cogeneration amongst the parties in this case. And as far as I could tell, there doesn't seem to be any cogeneration at industrial facilities in SPS's New Mexico territory, although they may correct me on that, but as far as I could tell, there aren't any, and there certainly isn't any industrial facility with solar. And this whole issue seems to be driven by the interest in solar. I'll just mention a few things that made me hesitant about this case. One is the term standby. In I guess the way I've always thought about standby is that a customer has a generator that could be isolated from the grid, but they would rather not be because they want the backup and they want the peak power and the other advantages of being connected to the grid. In the case of a customer putting PV solar behind the meter, unless they have a battery, they cannot physically operate in isolation from the grid, not even for 1 second. They, not only require power when the panels aren't producing, but when they have any sort of mismatch between demand and generation, they need to have that connection to the grid to deal with it. So, maybe life support is a better term than standby. I was also concerned about whether there could be any cross subsidies from, industrial customers who do not go on this rate schedule and have behind the meter PV and other industrial customers. I guess all along we asked for a justification that the tariff was cost based. A concern is that if you look at the proposed rates, the standby generation charge is 10% of the production demand charge. And that just happens to correspond with our rules, which require no more than 10%. So on one hand, I understand why they did that, because our rules currently won't allow for any more. It's also kind of hard to say that that's cost based. It just feels like the maximum that could be used. And in any stipulation, it's somewhat of a black box. The positives to this is that, you know, you did have a robust you know, number of parties that, you know, including representatives of customers that did not intend to add solar, and they all agreed that they did not see a cross subsidy resulting from this. The standby customer would have to pay the full transmission portion of the demand charge, which to me seems fair because you know, they require the transmission grid at all times for operation. I think it's also very positive that the generator, you know, is taking a risk on performance. The on-peak backup energy charge at, you know, almost 11 cents a kilowatt hour is quite high, and it means that, you know, in exchange for, you know, the credit it's getting for adding capacity to the system, it's also taking on a risk as to whether it can actually, you know, perform during peak hours, which I think is fair. And you know, I do think it acknowledges the fact that a customer, a large industrial customer adding solar, you know, does add capacity to the system. And, you know, this whole tariff is designed to try to reflect the fact that, you know, that capacity is adding value to the system. And it seems to me that that does remove an impediment to large industrial customers adding solar generation, and that's certainly aligned with state goals to remove impediments to renewable generation. So on balance, you know, I think that this is a pretty, you know, balanced and creative way to take into account, you know, the value that would be added by customers installing solar generation.
Yeah, thank you for that. Commissioner Aguilera, do you have any questions or discussion?
I do. I'm trying to figure out which of all Commissioner Ellison said that I would like to respond to. I mean, I think you make a really good observation that is aligned with the way this settlement is designed, that solar generation is different, right? It has a different generation profile, and you're right that it's not necessarily aligned with the operations that a big industrial would have. I think that the stipulation does a good job of recognizing that. Respect to, oh, and then the standby, I always just sort of pictured, that's from the utilities perspective, like, we need to stand by and have generation and transmission ready in case you are unable to, generate yourself for yourselves. And so with regard to the rate being cost and evidence-based, trying to go back to the requirements. The stipulation is the result of arm's length negotiation among various parties with competing interest. Does not violate any regulatory principle or practice. Will result in fair, just, and reasonable rates. So I think there's nothing there that I'm necessarily reading as this has to be based on like cost-based and evidence-based. I think you can achieve a fair, just, and reasonable rate if sophisticated, I'm not that sophisticated, I can't say the word, parties are negotiating with each other. And I think that is the case here. And so there is a requirement that I'm kind of in the recommended decision that I'm kind of on the fence about, which is to come back in a year and make any necessary changes. And I think that is rooted in the idea that the rate has to be cost-based and evidence-based. And again, I think there is something to be said for, not having to, pay expensive lawyers to negotiate and, go through the whole process of a rate case again. And so I understand where that idea is coming from, to come back and if necessary and make any necessary updates to the rates. I could also be persuaded to eliminate that requirement because here we have sophisticated parties that have negotiated and achieved a settlement.
Thank you. I guess I'll throw my oar in the water and then we can respond to each other on that too. And first, Commissioner Ellison, helped me clarify something that I was struggling with through your comments is, are we better with this rate or not? And I believe we are, because as you pointed out, solar can be added quickly. So it's better to have this rate sitting there available for use than to not have it sitting there available for use. Next is just trying to take away what I learned through this process. One is just creating a generic tariff for a large customer is hard. It implicates the things you were talking about, cross subsidies and what service is being provided, and just trying to imagine what's needed was difficult. As Commissioner Aguilera said, it was, legit folks came to the table and worked through it and produced what we have here. So thank you all for that. The come back in a year concept, I wouldn't be surprised if this tariff doesn't get used. Also, there are lots of changes happening in the electric grid. We hear about it every day. Not just ability to add renewable generation, but the need to power things with electricity is also comes up quite a bit. And then if you're wanting to power things with electricity in an environmentally sensitive way, you're probably gonna need renewable energy to supply that. So I could see somebody adding a big load behind the meter and matching that load with renewable energy. And if that's the case, I don't expect them to use this tariff. I think they'll come in with some kind of special service rate request because it'll take them a couple of years to get that up and online and give us the time to work through that and develop the rate that they need for that. So then the other is just looking back on the road that got us to this point. First of all, I just want to thank again Hearing Examiner Hurst for her leadership on this process. I want to thank the parties for your dedication to the effort. Having said that, it was a significant expenditure of commission and party resources. And I don't think it had to be that way. I mean, the root of this was an agreement in a rate case stipulation, and the agreement was to confer. So when I looked at what confer meant to different parties in this case, clearly what happened before this rate got filed didn't meet the spirit of that agreement. So moving forward, when I see folks bringing in stipulations or agreements with parties agreeing to do things with each other, I'm going to carry this case with me as a foundation for the kind of questions I need to ask before I value or approve things that are based on something as vague as I will confer with you. So anyway, that's where I'm at on this. And again, thanks to the parties and the hearing examiner and Ms. Amer for all the work that you've put in to get us to this point. I'm sure I'm leaving folks out. And just give commissioners one more opportunity if we got more discussion you want to make, or if you're ready to make a motion, entertain that too.
I would just add, I completely agree that SPS and the other parties did a professional job with this stipulation. I would also add, I would personally be in favor of retaining that point number 14 in the recommended decision about that the tariff shall be considered interim pending actual data. It still leaves maybe a little more discretion than I would like up to the utility, but I think it does underscore the fact that there are no customers with behind the meter solar, large industrial customers in SPS's New Mexico territory, and we don't exactly know what this is going to look like. And it seems reasonable to me to want to understand better what we're actually seeing from it, so we do get some feedback.
Thank you. So I guess I'm ready to move that we approve the order on certification of stipulation and recommended decision in this case.
I second.
Mr. Fisk.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellison,
Aye.
and Commissioner Aguilera.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 3-0 to adopt the proposed order.
Thank you, Mr. Fisk. Next up, another case from Ms. Avila Stefans. Monterey water acquisition. Careful.
Hello again. So this comes before the commission on the recommended decision of hearing examiner Anthony Medeiros on the joint application of Monterey Water and New Mexico Water Service for the abandonment of Monterey Water's facilities, the acquisition by New Mexico Waters of Monterey's utility assets, and an amended CCN to allow New Mexico Water to own and operate Monterey Water's system. So the facts relevant to the recommended decision. Hearing examiner Medeiros very neatly described each of the parties. Monterey Water is a small water utility with approximately 380 residential connections. They currently have 2 employees, 1 part-time system operator and 1 customer service operator. Meanwhile, New Mexico Water Services is a larger company with approximately 10,000 customers with 5 different systems throughout New Mexico. And they have 20 employees, 10 of which are certified in water operation systems. The proposed order adopts the hearing examiner's findings that findings of fact that the application satisfies the requisite legal requirements for abandonment and acquisition, and approval for amending the certificate of the CCN. And the hearing examiner's decretal paragraphs that, again, approve the abandonment of Monterey Water Systems, approve the acquisition of New Mexico Water of Monterey Water Systems system facilities, and conditions the approval on several rate-related conditions. And those conditions are that New Mexico Water will maintain the New Mexico Water rates, New Mexico Water's rate structure for a year after the closing date. In the 2nd year after acquisition, Monterey Water will New Mexico Water will transition New Mexico Water customers to the rate structure in their Rio del Oro system, increase in the rate. For those 43 customers, the transition to the New Mexico Water rate will be extended for up to 4 years to ensure that no transition phase increases rates more than 50%. The second condition is that New Mexico Water will file a report within 30 days of the new rates in each year of the rate transition that specifies how many customers have been transitioned into New Mexico Water rates and the dollar and percentage impact on those customers. And within 1 year of approval of the acquisition and transfer, New Mexico Water would file a rate base valuation that a company assigns to each of Monterey Water's assets acquired under the purchase agreement. And lastly, on the close date and transfer, New Mexico Water will send out a welcome letter to the new customers that it has acquired.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm the reason this ended up on the regular agenda rather than consent. And there's just a couple of things that struck me when I was reading through the case that I thought were worth pointing out or discussing among the 3 of us. And one is it a way to read the case. And well, first of all, thanks to Anthony Medeiros for leadership on this case also. But a way to read it would be this is being approved because staff required conditions and they were accepted by the utility. When I thought about that, I just wanted to make sure that I was comfortable that the underlying merger is in the public interest and participated briefly in the hearing and read through the case. And I believe that's truly the foundation for why we're at where we're at with the recommended decision and the order in front of us. having said that, I think these conditions can be valuable to help transition the utility and the customers to this new owner, which should have more assets, should be in better position to manage the relatively small water utility that's being acquired in this. So I just wanted to, I went through that process of thinking about, are we approving this because conditions are opposed, or are we approving it because the transactions in the public interest, and it convinced myself transaction was in the public interest and that the conditions helped with this transition. And then it also led me off into the land of, what conditions can be imposed? Is it just an infinite list of anything we think of that can be imposed? And that got me back to this. We need to live within the range of reasonable, where I started this meeting talking about. So anyway, that I just wanted to offer that as discussion, observation on this case, and that's why it isn't on the consent agenda, on the regular agenda.
Ms. Stefans, what would be the consequences of denying this acquisition?
I realize that that's not on. So under the Monterey water system, they don't have the adequate resources to continue to make improvements to the system and keep this system within water quality compliance. The customers will currently stay with their customer service situation that they have in Monterey Water, where it's really just one person answering all the billing questions and a part-time operating system specialist. So I would imagine that the customers would just stay under the Monterey Water system oversight.
But it sounds like that there is the risk that if Monterey is not collecting enough and investing enough in the system, that the water quality and service could deteriorate.
Yes, and Monterey Water has had some issues with water quality. The hearing examiner provided a whole list of some water quality deficiencies and system deficiencies. Although Monterey Water currently is address those deficiencies, it's unclear how long they can continue to address those deficiencies with their current resources.
Yeah, interesting observation that when I participate in the hearing is this Monterey system is adjacent to an existing New Mexico water system. So many of the more frightening things can be addressed by just extending a pipe from the New Mexico water system to the Monterey system. So again, that's just a tidbit that helped me think, man, this merger is in the public interest, especially for the customers of Monterey Water. Okay, not seeing any more discussion, I will move to approve the proposed order on the recommended decision in this case.
Right, second.
Commissioner Aguilera,
Aye.
Commissioner Ellison,
Aye.
and Mr. Chairman.
Aye. Thank you again.
Mr. Chairman, the proposed order is adopted 3-0.
Thank you. So we've been at this for an hour and a half, and there's some potential discussion items to follow. So I was gonna propose that we just recess for 10 minutes. Trying to get more humane in running these meetings.
Right, second.
All right, so we're commission's in recess, and we'll reconvene at 11:05. Yeah, welcome back. We've got a few more items on the case agenda, and all of them will be presentations from Mr. Fisk from Office of General Counsel. So I think first we'll take the three cases that deal with variances from the interconnection rule, and then Mr. Fisk, could you go ahead and give us an abbreviated presentation on those, because I'm not sure where we're going to get to in this meeting. It might take us a couple of meetings to get there, but we might be ready this time. I don't know. So anyway, let's start with abbreviated presentation, please.
All right, so Mr. Chairman, I'll discuss all three of the interconnection variance request matters together. That's 23-00040-UT, 23-00045 UT, and 23-00072 UT. This will be a very brief presentation. And I'll discuss all three together, which, as Commissioner Aguilera have requested, I think it makes sense. I think the commission is more familiar with these variance requests than I am, having since I've just taken over this matter from Hans Mueller. But in essence, all three of the investor-owned utilities are requesting variances from the recently amended interconnection rule, as you know. And these variances, there's some overlap in terms of requesting more time for certain items, or in the case, I think both El Paso Electric and SPS request an extension of the entire effective date of the rule, which these orders would deny. These orders generally deny the requests that are made, with a few exceptions. EPEs, the order with regard to EPEs request denies all the variance requests, although it does allow for where EPE had asked for permanent or blanket variance requests. For instance, with regard to screening of applications, the order would still allow for the company to file specific variance requests if there are specific applications that for whatever reason SPS or EPE feel need additional screening over and above the screening that's provided for in the rule. So even there are some instances where the variance that's been requested is denied, but it leaves it open for more specific variances. I can go through all the variances, but that's not going to be a very abbreviated process. At this point, I'm not sure what else I can really summarize, except to say that the general approach to these orders is that the commission would not be granting any permanent variances. The commission would not be granting any blanket variances. In fact, most variances would be denied, with the exception of I think 2 of SPS's requests, including allowing the compliance date for the commission, for the utility to begin running at the time that an application is not at the time that an interconnection application is received, but at the time that the processing begins. Because of course there's somewhat of a backlog and some difference between those two times. And that's apparently for various deadlines that are given that run from the receipt of the application in the rule. Commissioner Ellison was asking me what part of the rule is that applicable to, and according to the language of the order, it's all parts of the rule where there's a deadline for the utility to act upon, take certain action upon an application upon receipt. So that is one that would be granted to SPS. And I don't, if commissioners, you have any questions about any specifics, that's the only way I could do a brief presentation. If I get into the specifics, it's not going to be brief, but I can certainly answer questions on any of the specific parts of the order, specific requests. And we also have Arthur O'Donnell, who is probably 100 times more familiar with the actual issues, the underlying substance of these requests, than I am, available to answer questions as well.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And frankly, I think you hit on one of the big things that to me is consistent through the three is what's the difference between a permanent variance and just an exception from the rule. I mean, for me, the goal is to achieve compliance with the rule in a way that interconnections are happening safely and expeditiously for all concerned. So just philosophy wise, yeah, asking for a permanent variance doesn't make much sense to me. So, Commissioner, do you have any?
Well, can I add to that? I agree. I think I don't see how a permanent variance would meet the fifth criterion of the standard for variance, which is to describe how the variance aligns with the purpose of the rule and is in the public interest after the rule found that changes were needed in order to achieve the public interest. And so there's just a contradiction there. And so rather than offer or request a permanent variance, I think a better solution, a better approach is to recommend a solution. Maybe you do need time to develop that solution, but I think a permanent variance just kind of says, I don't want to do this. So.
Yeah, I would certainly agree with that sentiment that a permanent variance seems to be against the whole idea of a rule. We're trying to adopt something that would apply to all utilities and that it should have been developed with input from the utilities, and it makes it into sort of a piecemeal regulation if you have one utility getting an exemption from one aspect of the rule and another utility getting an exemption from another aspect of the rule. And another issue of concern is that these permanent variances would not be in the New Mexico Administrative Code. So if anyone was to look at our rulemaking on interconnections, they would find no record of these variances, and they would have to dig into our rulemaking, our decisions in the docket, which seems unreasonable to me to expect folks to do that degree of digging to figure out what the rules in place actually are. So I completely agree with and support the fact that no permanent variances are being proposed here. I do want to ask perhaps Mr. O'Donnell, so one issue is that in the SPS request, there is that request on the time frame so that the deadlines would run from when forms and payments are processed as opposed to the date received. Where are these timeframes in the rule currently?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, thank you so much. Each section of the rule has a different set of milestones, right? And so it depends on whether the applicant is going through one process or another, say a fast track process or a more detailed study in there. And there are a number of dates that are associated with each of those because some things take longer than others. The request from SPS, the proposed order would grant them that variance in that they have to change their process for taking in applications. And they're concerned that as they move from one very manual process to a more automated process, is that there's going to be a backlog. And what they requested was not undue in that instead of starting the clock when the check from the applicant, they would prefer to start the clock when the check clears and when they approve the process to begin, right? But they also say that in no case it would be more than 15 days. And weighing things out and also paying attention to the comments that came from the development community on these requests, it was decided that that is not an unreasonable variance request. So I think that's the one in SPS that's granted.
Okay, thank you. I understand that. I guess, you know, my concern is that the utility has control over the date that they process forms. You know, they could potentially wait as long as they want to process the form, except for that 15-day cap.
Right. And if I may, Commissioner, you know, throughout the process of developing the revised rule, it was a back and forth on these dates, and invariably what the applicant community wants is certainty, right? And so that certainty for them came down to establishing minimum timeframes, 10 days to do this, 5 days to do this. And the utilities, on the other hand, wanted more time, right? In every case, wanted more time. And so the commission in drafting the rule actually provided a lot more time for the utilities based on their specific requests. And this was one that had not been raised in the process going into it. But as I said, it contributes to the need for at least the applicant knowing when something's going to happen and that their interconnection application is not falling into some black hole, which has happened in the past. And so what we're trying to do is avoid that.
And in terms of the advanced inverters, some of these variances are asking for a delay in terms of, you know, the section of the rule requiring advanced inverter adoption. Could you comment on that?
Yes, as part of the motions for reconsideration of the order that was originally adopted in November, the commission did suspend the date for the mandatory use of IEEE 1547/2018, which is a new standard that has been developed for the industry over the past several years, which essentially in practical terms means the use of advanced inverters with advanced functionalities to help the reliability of the system. Okay. It turned out that during our whole discussion about the rule, it was felt that there would be enough of these inverters available to the market by March 28th of this year. Now, these new designs for inverters are already in the market, right? But what hasn't happened is that not all of the manufacturers have been able to get their new inverters tested under a separate standard, which is also referenced in the interconnection rule, which is UL 1741, right? And that is for the testing of this equipment, right? Inverter-based equipment. And even after we drafted the rule, there was some concern about, well, you know, a mass of these manufacturers have not gone through. Our best estimate is that they should have about 80% of all the expected meters to have undergone testing by fourth quarter of this year. And so that's a request, is that some utilities asked for a continued delay until December 31st. What we had done in the past was to tell the utilities, take this up in the technical interconnection and interoperability reporting subgroup and come back with a recommendation to the commission as to what the appropriate date is. It is my understanding that the utilities are completing that and should be coming with filings on the TIIR issues, including this one, by June 30th. That's what I'm told. I think the order gives them until July 31st, so we should be within a comfortable range. In practical terms, I am most concerned about that new interconnection applicants actually do use these new inverters, so that we don't have to have some kind of process of trying to go back and reinstall inverters after they've been approved under one thing. So that's a message that I'd like to put out to the community, is that these inverters are available. It's just the commission has not acted on the precise settings that we expect as default settings and the exact date by which this will become a requirement going forward. But I think that these filings that are coming in from the TIIR group participants should give us the information that we need in order to do that. So that's why we kind of accepted the fact that we've already ruled on this. There's no reason to rule on it again until we see the recommendations from the TIIR.
Thank you. So just to recap, Mr. O'Donnell, we have a parallel process here with this TIIR committee, this transmission interconnection and interoperability regulations that the utilities are working together with us on, that would specify the default settings for these advanced inverters. Is that correct?
Yes, not all of them, but we did receive a report from the TIIR group back in October that essentially established what the expectations are for those settings. Some of the settings will be different from one utility to the next, depending on their circumstances. And that's the whole point of the TIIR. This document is separate from the interconnection rule, but it does specify the specific conditions that may be different among the utilities. And this is a standard use around the country for this. The utilities have always had a technical guidebook aside from the rule and manual, and this is trying to kind of give a more formal process to it. The only thing I'd correct in your statement is that the TIIR group is comprised of utility representatives and representatives from the development community, the REIA, SEIA, CCSA, and technical experts from the national labs, from Sandia Lab in particular, and also the Electric Power Research Institute. By request, the commission stepped back from active engagement in that process. And so because the utilities wanted to have a utility-led process. And it also coincided with me not working for the commission during November and December of last year. So we've been waiting for this group to come back to us. We thought that we were going to get this recommendation in February. Now it looks like we're going to get it in June, and I hope that that will help us all move forward.
And so the deadline for advanced inverter adoption, what is the current date?
There is no current date. It was set in the rule as March 28th, and the commission in the order on motions for reconsideration essentially suspended that date and asked the TIR group to come back with its recommendation, which is what we're waiting for.
So I guess your point here is that, you know, we don't need to grant a variance request on this issue because the deadline has already been suspended.
Correct.
But, you know, I certainly, you know, I personally agree with your point that even if there is no requirement for, you know, all new interconnections having an advanced inverter, certainly it's desirable that that they do, since the technology exists, and having an advanced inverter with, you know, settings that maybe slightly differ from what this working group is going to come up with, it would seem that that's preferable to having an older inverter that does not have many of the newer capabilities.
It is our expectation that widespread use of the new inverters will help the reliability of the system, because it provides for not making everything shut down when there's a fluctuation for voltage and frequency, as you're familiar with. Those are two of the basic essentially default settings that we're looking for. Or there's also anti-islanding, and there are some other things. And there are settings that we just don't have enough information about. And these would be future settings in terms of command and control. At some point, markets around the country are looking at two-way flows of power in which distributed generation will be able to participate in organized markets to provide ancillary services like frequency. We haven't gotten to the place where we know exactly what the protocols or communication standards ought to be, but they should be built into these inverters and able to update them when those settings are approved.
Okay, thank you. That's a point well taken, that even if the advanced inverters installed in the interim before we get this final, you know, document from the TIR group differ, that there should be the ability to modify those settings afterwards.
Yeah, some of them are built in by design, and manufacturers need to know that. Some of them can be uploaded with a software change, and some of them may be a manual flip a switch kind of thing. That's all been part of the discussion for approving these new inverter technologies.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, if I just may step out, because I know that you're considering 3 different orders and may not be ready to vote on all of them today. I would make a case that a couple of weeks ago, we did have a fairly extensive discussion of the PNM requests, and PNM differs from the others in that they had some very specific technical concerns that they did a good job of laying out for the commission. And you know, I'll just point to the first 2 variances that they've requested. One having to do with the constrained circuits, right? And to set up a process where they may get a 1-year variance from the rule, but use that time to study the nature of the constraints and to try and come up with solutions for that. And the second is the issue about the downtown spot network in Albuquerque, in which they're asking for a variance from the fast track and streamlined parts of the rule, because they're very concerned that just may not be able to catch the possible vulnerabilities of adding DG within a spot network to the protective devices around downtown. It's a very technical issue. I would ask that you consider approving the PNM order as it is today, because we've already gone through it, but also I'm trying to sync a request for technical assistance from the Department of Energy Laboratories to work on those 2 issues in conjunction with the commission and the utility and their consultant, so that the commission has an outside expert that can help us feel comfortable with what the utility is doing, finding, and proposing coming out of that. And I won't go into much more detail unless you want to ask me about it, but the DOE labs seem to be amenable to the study on the constrained circuits, right? Because that's an issue that they see as very important. They are less amenable to the second variance, but because they don't have an in-house expert on that issue, they have not been able to identify one. But I'd really like to be able to move forward with being able to talk with PNM. And right now I'm constrained from discussing this whole issue with PNM until an order goes out. So that's my humble request. It's really up to you as to when you're comfortable on dealing with these issues. The only change from the previous version of the order is that there is an ordering paragraph that tells PNM to confer with the technical and policy staff of the commission on the design of the studies that would be approved under the variances. And that's what I would hope to be able to move forward with. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that info. Commissioner Aguilera, do you have some comments?
Yes, sort of along those lines. So I have, discussed this with Arthur and Mr. Mueller when he was the lead attorney on this case. And so I agree with the recommendations that are provided in the three orders. I think the analysis is accurate. I do have a concern though with sort of the level of explanation that we're providing in these orders. I would, and I have talked to Mr. Fisk about revising these orders. And so to essentially be more clear about which of the variance criteria within our standard are or are not being met for each one of these variances. And so I was going to ask I was going to throw out the idea of, if we do approve these orders, approving them subject to me working with Mr. Fisk to update the orders with the understanding that the determinations would remain the same, the same as whatever we end up with today.
Yeah, I've seen some of your red line questions on at least one of these orders, and frankly appreciated and agreed with your desire there. So I guess my question is for Mr. Fisk. Do we have a deadline to where you could work with Commissioner Aguilera to get the words of these orders perfected before we issue them if we vote on them today?
Well, I'm not sure, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure if that's the proposal. Commissioner Aguilera, was it your idea that that there be motions to adopt the substance of these orders and then to delegate the authority to you and to me to make those revisions that would that would clarify the variance, which portions of the variance requirements have not been met, or were you proposing that the rest of the commission would see those, or that we would just be delegated the authority to make those changes?
For expediency, I was hoping that you and I would be able to work on them and then have these orders issued. Though if the other commissioners, want to look at that's fine as well.
I guess what I'm saying, I don't think we need a specific deadline, but we would be aiming, I think, to get them out by the end of the week.
Thank you. And thanks for that clarification. That was very valuable. Commissioner Ellison, you have any thoughts on that?
I would like to make one comment on the PNM variance request. I guess, one thing that's troubling to me, if you look at the variance request number 2 about the downtown network, I think it's entirely reasonable that that sort of network is a special case and that it ought to be, permitted for P&M to simply deny a simplified or fast track process and to do a more thorough review. I think it's called supplemental review in the rule. And, the problem here is that, to allow that would be granting a permanent variance. And, I see this as a shortcoming of the process. I would have hoped that, an issue like this could have been taken into account in the rule itself so that we wouldn't have this kind of issue. I'm not opposed to what's being called for here, the study and a 1-year variance. But, again, I see it as a shortcoming of the rule that, we didn't take this into account. This, in my view, very reasonable, request that when you've got a special case like the downtown network where there can't be any backfeed, that you don't want to do a simplified or a fast track interconnect process on it. In terms of the broader question, I guess I don't have a strong opinion as to whether we vote now and agree that Commissioner Aguilera work together with Mr. Fisk to add some more references here, because I completely agree that the orders ought to refer to the rule in a more specific way rather than sort of this general sort of, the rule says this without, citing specific, aspects of the rule. At the same time, if we were to delay a vote until next week on the revised version, I think we're talking about a few days difference. So, I just don't have a strong opinion on that.
If I may, Commissioner, just to weigh in on two of the things that you said. One is that during the drafting of the interconnection rule, the utilities' objections to changing the rules were generally vague and unspecific allegations of unreliability and safety. It wasn't until the rule was actually adopted that they came back with more specifics. So honestly, this situation of the downtown spot network, the first time that the commission got a lot of information about it was when PNM asked for the variance, and when we went back and asked them for more information as part of the bench order, right? That convinced us that, oh, okay, this is something that really should be taken care of, and the order has its way of dealing with it. And secondarily, in many cases, the utilities just didn't make the case under the variance, the reasons why a variance would be appropriate. And the biggest one is, how is your variance request advancing the purpose of the rule, right? And so largely, if we've denied a variance, it's because they didn't make that case very well. So, I'm going to leave it to you. I just have to say that this was a very long 2-year process to develop this rule, and still not everything came out in the wash at the beginning, but not until the rule was actually adopted did the utilities come back with some specifics about how they saw this playing out. And that's what we're trying to respond to.
Well, I would also add to that the permanent variance is sort of requested based on what the system looks like right now. And that's not always what it's going to look like. I think there are potential opportunities for certain upgrades that will resolve some of these issues, which would make a permanent variance unnecessary. And so I think it's just premature to make a determination that this spot network is just different than everywhere else. I would like to see some potential solutions being discussed, and because there might be a point where a simplified and fast track process is appropriate. So I think the determination here is flexible and sort of reaches a balance of providing that flexibility, but also recognizing that the system might change and improve, and we can get to a solution.
If I might respond to that, I completely agree that permanent variances are not something that we want to see or that we should really approve. My point here is that I would like to see a revision of this interconnect rule at some point that takes into account some lessons learned, so that we don't have to talk about variances. And in my view, considering within the rule that spot networks and other special case other special cases warrant a detailed study, and that we should not be forcing utilities to do a fast track process when you've got a special case like that. I think that our rules should be open for review at some regular interval, and this is one thing that I think should be considered in the rule. Again, I don't have a problem with what's being proposed here, the 1-year variance and the study. I just don't see that as a permanent solution to this issue.
Yeah, and another answer to this might also be, as opposed to revising the rule, it could be that there is an exception written into PNM's tariff for this, not inviting that. I'm just sort of thinking out loud, because that would at least allow an opportunity for stakeholders to discuss that specific scenario in a proceeding, and then we would have the ability to determine whether it's an exception is appropriate, just and reasonable or not.
And then just to throw my 2 cents in to help us hopefully move forward is I don't want to get too down focus on this one thing, because yes, downtown Albuquerque is a unique location. A spot network is not a unique thing. So concept that this is a unsolvable unique problem, I just kind of have a hard time wrapping my head around that idea. I would need more information than we have so far to be convinced that there isn't a solution on hand there. So I guess my question is, I've heard the request from Mr. O'Donnell. I agree with how these conclusions were formulated. So I'm ready to move forward with a process that we described already, is go ahead and approve the substance of these orders, and then let Commissioner Aguilera and Mr. Fisk work to improve what we all want to see in the language of them. But before I do that, I just wanted to circle back around. That is that what I'm hearing is that a better rule would be better. Agree with that. What puts us on the best footing to encourage P&M to solve this problem rather than just say, gee, this is hard and I don't want to. Which is frankly what the communication on a lot of this comes across as.
I certainly have no issue with voting on these orders as they stand, with the understanding that Commissioner Aguilera is going to make some of the references more specific. I do think there is a difference between I guess working on the problem, which is a network that doesn't allow for how do you integrate solar and batteries on a system that doesn't allow for backfeed. So, and a separate issue, which is what kind of process is going to be used for the interconnection study. I guess I see that working on the issue and what kind of process is going to be used for the interconnection study to be, two separate things. And, the way that I'm reading this language is that, the focus on the interconnect rule is on what kind of process is going to be used for the interconnect study. And, I guess I have an issue with forcing P&M or a utility to use a fast track process on a complicated situation. And so, I'm in favor of what's being proposed here with the 1-year variance. And I also agree that the utilities do need some incentive to think about how to fix the underlying problem. I'm not sure the best way to give them that incentive, but, I agree that makes sense. And I would like to see us think about, a schedule for, when is the appropriate time to look to have some lessons learned from the new interconnect rule that, we can start a second round of incorporating those lessons learned in the rule.
Yeah, appreciate that clarification. Commissioner Aguilera.
I was gonna make a motion unless we have further discussion. Okay, so I move to approve these orders as will be modified to further clarify how the request either meets or does not meet the commission's standard for variance, and keeping the same calls that are being made in the draft orders.
Second.
Just one discussion item before we vote is I really appreciate what Commissioner Ellison just said. So I think let's continue. And Frank, and maybe Mr. O'Donnell, you can help us with that is with these orders, is our work done yet to propel action?
On these orders, yes, I believe as long as you're comfortable with the outcomes that are being presented in the orders and the exact wording. I'm unfortunately, the rest of this week is pretty busy with workshops and things, but I'm available for conferring with Russell and Commissioner Aguilar on any changes.
thank you for that offer. Didn't expect we'd be able to solve that problem now, just. I guess we'll proceed with the vote.
Commissioner Ellison,
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, and Commissioner Aguilera.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 3-0 to adopt the proposed orders with a delegation of authority to Commissioner Aguilera and myself to make the non-substantive clarifications that were discussed today.
Thank you, Mr. Fisk. And so last item on the regular action agenda is yours. It's pulled from the consent agenda. And it was item number 6 on consent agenda.
So yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, docket number 23-00199 UT. In the matter of the petition for declaratory order filed by PPC New Energy LLC. This is, of course, as you're aware, similar to the complaints that have been filed by various applicants in the community solar program. Applicants for proposed community solar facilities. Except this is in the form of a petition for declaratory order. I believe that PPC, let's refer to them as PPC, is aware of the language in the commission's previous orders dismissing complaints, in which the commission said that the formal complaint process is not the proper process to use. So I appreciate that. PPC took that to heart and filed a petition instead. The substance of the petition concerned only one of the scoring categories. And that is the scoring category involving innovative commitments. And that is a scoring category that's been the subject of other complaints as well that the commission has dismissed. Specifically, PPC notes that its applications were originally scored 5 out of 5 possible points in the innovative commitment category, and that when there was a rescoring by Incline to move away from their approach in the initial scoring, which had been a sliding scale approach, which allowed Incline to award anywhere 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 points. Upon further examination, Incline decided that the sliding scale approach was not actually authorized by the rule for the innovative commitment, as well as other scoring categories, that the rule simply said, with regard to innovative commitment, that it's within the discretion of the program administrator, Incline, to award 5 points for what it considers to be an innovative commitment. It didn't say up to 5 points or some kind of range like that. And so, as the commission is aware, Incline corrected the error of applying a sliding scale approach by rescoring applications in that area, in that scoring category and others, to be a non-sliding scale, to be 0 or 5. And what PBC objects to is that they had received 5s for, I believe, all of their applications under the sliding scale. And so they feel that's unjustifiable that when there was rescoring by Incline, that they received 0s, because even if you go for, they argue, of course, if you go for a sliding scale, if you're at top of a sliding scale for an innovative commitment, then why wouldn't you be at the top? That's, the 5 is still available under a non-sliding scale. So why didn't they receive 5s? Instead, all of their projects were brought down to 0 in that scoring category. And, I asked Incline for some input, and this is something that the commission has addressed in a previous order. I don't remember exactly which one it was. But this moving from 5 to 0 for some of the applications was that Incline didn't simply take the sliding scale scores, didn't simply look at those scores that it already awarded and then, sort of split the difference and, award people who had 4s and 5s or 3s and 4s and 5s, 5 points, and anything lower, 0 points. They decided to adopt a different set of criteria for determining what projects were truly innovative. They felt that was actually, if there was going to be a sliding scale, that was a fairer approach. And it became, those scores became more rare. So there were applicants who received 5s who were brought down to 0. There were simply, I believe, fewer 5s awarded in that category once the rescoring was done. And with that, I'll take any questions. I know Commissioner Ellison, I believe, pulled us from consent, so he may have a particular question.
Does it make sense to you, Mr. Fisk, that Incline could, on a sliding scale, award a company a 5 for having, the maximum points for innovative commitments, and then under the all or nothing, give them a 0?
Commissioner Ellison, I see what you mean, and of course that's what PPC argues. I think it can make sense if given that Incline says, well, we started from scratch and we decided that we would award that it would be only because they couldn't do a sliding scale. They would award only a few 5s for extraordinarily innovative commitments that they'd rather err on the, not err on the side, but move toward a regime in which, when choosing among 0 and 5, it would mostly be 0s because they didn't have the option of what's in between. So I do think it makes sense, and it does make sense that you could have that, and other people lost their 5s and went to 0. I think they saw that as a better balance overall than making all the 5s and 4s and 5s or 3s and 4s and 5s into 5s. So I do think it makes a logical sense. It might be helpful, Commissioner Ellison, if you like a deeper understanding of this, and also to provide a deeper understanding in an order. I can go back to Incline and ask, how specifically did the regime change? How did what did the rescoring look like in terms of, what would what was the new procedure or methodology for evaluating innovative commitments after they move from a sliding scale? Because if I don't have that, I don't have those specifics.
I'd be interested in knowing, how many 5 points were awarded under the new all or nothing scoring methodology. So how many of the companies that previously got the 5 points were given 0, and how many of them retained the 5? Did they move anybody up from 3 or 4 up to 5? It just seems to me that if you thought that if you gave a project a 5 previously under the sliding scale, you thought they were extremely innovative, and then to say, no, they weren't innovative at all in the next scoring round, I'm just not sure that I can support that given the information that I have right now. So I guess we can obviously vote on this, and I'm probably going to vote against, but we could go back to them and gather some more data about this specific issue as well.
And they'll be perfectly fine. There's no specific time, time crunch on this. The commission could table this until next week, and I can get that additional information.
I would move, Mr. Chair, unless there is any other discussion, that we table this until next week and give Mr. Fisk some time to gather some additional data from Incline.
You have discussion, Commissioner Aguilar?
Yes, yeah, I'm fine with asking more questions. I think at some point, we hired or selected a independent party to evaluate the bids and select them. And I would also just absent them not being fair, and I don't think there's any suggestion that they're not being fair. I'd rather just not be as involved. But I don't have a problem with asking more questions. I guess I will say I do. You raise a good point, right? Like, why did someone who had 5 go down to 0? Like, how can you say that they're not innovative at all? I don't understand that's how Incline is explaining this. I think they just realized that, the way we were scoring it is not how we were supposed to do it. So then they reevaluated how they should be scoring the bids. And so none of this is ideal, but I do see where they're coming from. That being said, I'm fine tabling this and asking more questions.
Did you make a motion then to table?
Yes.
Okay, so we're still in discussion, and I'll just give my discussion before we move on to vote in, we don't have a second yet, but when I look at all of these complaints that we've received, where I believe the commission has landed consistently is implementing the rule. And so I agree, that's a interesting question to ask, but when I read the rule, clearly that particular item was delegated to Incline to manage. So just knowing the data over how many were 5s and then how many of the 5s got switched to 0, that's interesting. If I wanted to get in there and say, Incline, you should have judged that category differently, I've got to look at all 400 some odd bids. And I think that's contrary to the rule, where we've delegated that process to Incline. So I'll go ahead and second the motion to table. And we're gonna ask Mr. Fisk for a vote. And if we got any more discussion.
And I might just add, I can speculate that, perhaps the reason Incline did that is because, they were getting too many ties, that they were getting too many companies that, were at the top of the list, and they could only choose 200 megawatts worth of projects. So they had to figure out some way to differentiate between the companies. And, I understand that. At the same time, on the face of it, it just seems strange to me that somebody could be awarded, maximum points for innovative commitments and then be awarded 0 for innovative commitments. It doesn't seem consistent. And I agree that, we we have delegated to Incline this responsibility of running the selection process, and that, you know, we have been and should continue to be hands off. I do think that, you know, it makes sense to check to see whether, you know, they're doing a good job in this one area. So the extent to which we can evaluate, you know, what kind of job they did in this area, I think there's nothing wrong with that.
Should I take the vote, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please.
Okay, Mr. Chairman,
No.
Commissioner Aguilera,
I'm sorry, are we voting to table? Table. Aye.
Commissioner Ellison.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 2-1 to table the matter till next week.
Great, thank you. Okay, so that concludes the regular action items on the agenda. Next item is a presentation from SPS regarding impacts of severe weather. Thank you for waiting patiently through this SPS. I know that there's been impressive weather in eastern New Mexico and it's had impacts on your system. So looking forward to the presentation. We can get you more microphones if you would like. Yeah, so I guess if you could just start with a introduction of who you are and then you have the floor. Thank you.
This has been.
Thank you. Yeah, we received the hard copies of a presentation that I understand Patrick Rodriguez has a copy of, so he can run it on the screen so everybody watching this meeting can see what we're seeing.
Great. Well, thank you. Good afternoon now, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Brooke Trammell. I'm Regional Vice President for SPS. I'm in the Amarillo office. With me today is David Lau, our Manager of Power Operations in SPS, as well as Brad Baldridge, our Director of Customer and Community Relations. Mr. Lau's been with the company, I think, over 41 years, and a lot of that experience in our energy supply department. And Mr. Baldridge has been with Xcel Energy and SPS for 23 years. In his role prior to this one, he was our Senior Director of Distribution Operations. So he's very familiar with the distribution network and transmission network, both in New Mexico and Texas, and of course, our expert on our generating facilities. So appreciate you all letting us come in and give an operational update. And Mr. Baldridge and Mr. Lau are available to answer any questions that I'm unable to answer today. So as you mentioned, we have had a series of intense thunderstorms and severe weather in our service territory. Slide 1 in the presentation that I've distributed just has a representation of our service territory in the Texas Panhandle, South Plains, and then eastern and southeastern New Mexico. As we'll discuss today, these storms and weather watches have essentially covered our service territory. And on the next slide, slide 3, just for reference, I've included a map that outlines our transmission infrastructure.
Yeah, just Mr. Rodriguez, I think we're one slide behind right now. There we go. Thank you.
Thank you. As well as a general map that shows the relative locations of our various generating resources in the service territory. I know you all have seen these maps before, but just wanted to orient on the location of these facilities because the next slide, slide 4, shows just a snapshot of kind of where the severe weather has been in relation to our service territory. So basically right over our entire service territory. These are just, 2 graphics that I chose to try to illustrate that impact. But the point is we're not experiencing weather that, is an isolated thunderstorm in Hobbs or in Tucumcari or Amarillo. Basically for the last 3 weeks, we've experienced pretty severe thunderstorms across our service territory, and these storms are moving sometimes
pretty slowly across our Texas and New Mexico area, affecting many of our communities and many of our operations. With respect to utility infrastructure, we've experienced impacts to our generation facilities, as well as our transmission and distribution systems, and have dedicated extensive resources in the last couple of weeks to rerouting power where we can, where we've had system infrastructure impacted, and to restoring service to customers if there have been any outages experienced. In some instances, we have been directed by incident response personnel in our communities to de-energize particular feeders or sections of our distribution network to ensure public safety and to protect any response workers as they're conducting municipal activities in response to some of the severe weather. For example, we've had, given kind of the continual nature of the storms almost every afternoon, every evening, we have experienced some flooding in isolated areas of our communities. And so in some instances, response personnel have asked us to de-energize facilities to make sure fire and police officials are safe as they're working through any municipal actions that they need to take care of on their own systems or in the community. So some of the outages have been caused by the storm, but then again, others have been at the direction of municipal officials in our cities. One of the more impactful storms, if we want to flip to slide 5, I would detail occurred near the end of May in the Tucumcari area. Specifically on May 24th, a large thunderstorm developed near the Tucumcari area and traveled southeast across our service territory. This storm produced very heavy rain and large hail, and also there were reports of several tornadoes outcropped from this thunderstorm. In New Mexico, the communities of Tucumcari and Clovis were particularly affected, with approximately 16,000 total customers in both of our states experiencing outages. Restoration efforts following the storm involved hundreds of personnel in very challenging conditions. And you can see there on slide 5, sorry, David. We've included some pictures. The kind of smallest picture on the upper left-hand side of the page is just an artistic picture of Route 66 that I got off the internet. So I think everybody's been through Tucumcari. It's a great place to visit and see. And on the right there, you can see what visited Tucumcari in the evening of May 24th, a very large storm cell and a very large tornado. The lower picture on the right is just an example of the amount of rain and water that one single storm delivered in the area. That's a picture from May 25th, the next day, because this storm did come into the Tucumcari area in the evening. At approximately 9 p.m., that storm produced a fault on our 115 kV transmission line serving Tucumcari. This necessitated a series of operational efforts that evening to patrol the transmission line and in the dark, try to identify the location and the cause of the fault. Ultimately, it was found that the fault was caused by damage to 20 transmission structures on that 115 line that serves Tucumcari. Given the heavy amount of rain and flooding, again, that we saw in the picture on slide 5, crews were pretty challenged in accessing this area. Also challenged in the evening and in dark hours to visibly patrol the line and confirm the damage. But given the awareness that transmission structures were down, it was apparent that reconstruction of the transmission line would be required, and that restoration could take multiple days. Accordingly, steps were taken to initiate the process of starting the Quay generating station. Quay is located inside Tucumcari. And this picture on slide 6 is essentially the complex of Quay generating station. David can address any questions you all have about the operations of this facility and its history at the end of the presentation, but we've included an aerial photo there, as well as kind of just a snapshot of what our personnel were experiencing during the storm and in the evening while trying to work restoration efforts at the generation site. When there is a fault on the transmission line serving Tucumcari, steps are initiated to begin the process of starting the Quay generator station, which is backup generation for the city. It's necessary to reconfigure the distribution system within the city of Tucumcari in order to reestablish service to the community via this backup generator. So again, Brad, with his distribution experience, pretty familiar with the work that goes into that effort. It's a multi-hour process to essentially reconfigure the electrical system within the city to make that system ready to receive power from a different source instead of the larger SPS system, rather from this backup generator. At the time of the event, SPS was in the process of replacing an inverter in the generator. This is a piece of equipment that essentially supports the controls that start the diesel generator when power is not supplied from the system, as was the case here. Without the inverter, the process of starting this diesel generator is a manual process. So while distribution personnel reconfigured the system within Tucumcari, our energy supply personnel worked to manually reprogram software on what we call the program logic controller, or PLC, in the generator. This work was completed at approximately 2 p.m. on May 25th, and Quay was synced to the new system, which is basically isolated within the city that afternoon at approximately 4:15, and Quay began picking up load throughout the city as it should and as operations would entail, with full restoration of the city occurring in about an hour. Given this storm was pretty large and traveled, as I mentioned earlier, southeast across our service territory, we had other outages across the service territory, and restoration for customers impacted in other communities continued throughout Thursday and Friday, and reconstruction ultimately was completed on the transmission line on Saturday, May 27th. So slide 7 shows a couple just quick pictures of essentially the mud that the crews were attempting to work in to reconstruct the transmission line. And we've included a snapshot of the National Weather Service weather briefing for that day. You can see the continuous rain that was forecasted and experienced, as well as the high winds and hail expectations. While there were no additional tornadoes expected in the coming days, the challenging conditions during restoration certainly did not let up. Like I said, we had over 60 employees and contractors working the reconstruction of the transmission line, and actually completed that ahead of schedule on Saturday late in the day. So during this event, our community relations personnel were closely coordinated with the city of Tucumcari in communicating the status of these restoration efforts with city officials and response personnel. I would just say we really appreciate the partnership and coordination within the city of Tucumcari with all of those agencies and personnel officials. Brad and his team for being boots on the ground and staying connected there. You know, we're also sensitive. Tucumcari is right on I-40. There's a lot of fuel stations there as well. And so, you know, it has the potential to impact interstate traffic if there's, you know, a longer outage in the city. We have now reinstalled the new backup inverter. It's pictured on slide 8. That is installed and operating inside Tucumcari, or inside Quay. This should alleviate the need to manually reprogram software in the Quay station in the future should we experience an outage or a fault on the transmission line again. And I just also included a couple other pictures on the facility. Those tanks that you see on the left are pretty large capacity fuel storage tanks for this generating station. I say large capacity given, you know, the more isolated nature of this generator within the city of Tucumcari and its intention to be a backup generator, you know, when systems need it. And then David can address any other, you know, specific questions about the facility and how it operates. But essentially, I mentioned some extreme weather in other parts of our service territory. We have had high winds and hail, tremendous amounts of rain from these storms the last 3 weeks. We've seen momentary outages, of course, across our system, some localized distribution outages in Hobbs. About 200 customers saw some distribution outages there, and we've seen some other damage to transmission infrastructure east of Amarillo. Just this morning when I was driving over, I had reports of cantaloupe size hail through a storm cell that came through the Panhandle and around Amarillo last night. Still waiting on a picture of cantaloupe size hail. I don't know that I've ever personally seen one, but I'm real interested in that. Unfortunately, the high winds with that storm and the size of that hail did damage some transmission infrastructure near McLean, and we'll be reconstructing those facilities. There were no customer outages associated with last night's storm, as power was able to be rerouted through other transmission distribution paths in the area. But those stories and pictures hopefully give you a little bit of a sense of what we're dealing with on the eastern side of the state and in the Panhandle. I would say our communities are very resilient communities. We are not strangers to extreme weather, but we would appreciate a couple sunny days and some time for this rain to dry up, and certainly these high winds to calm down a little bit this spring and summer. Brad, David, anything you would add for kind of our experiences the last few weeks?
Yeah, I mean, good points. I think about the Tucumcari. We had we dispatch our folks out of Amarillo to that. That's a satellite system. It's not manned. And so we test run that once a month. So it'll be ready when called upon. And we had run it actually 3 hours for the system need earlier in May. So we thought we were in pretty good shape. The storm delayed crews to go to manually start that diesel and then eventually start the CT. It was right over the interstate. And so we couldn't put our folks in harm's way. So as soon as that cleared out, we had two vehicles head over there and began the restoration process. Then 3 more crews came in, starting like at 4 a.m. So we did all hands on deck, try to get that system. We had actually control errors, and then we had to straighten that out. And once we got that straightened out, the unit came up. It's a lot of steps, and Brett can go through all the steps on getting the city from an island state to get it going again. But we close in on a dead bus, and then the servicemen have to individually close each circuit to get the city back. So it does take some time to get that done. So.
And like I said, we parallel that work on the distribution system with energy supply personnel. So it does take a while to do that work on the distribution system. And that's why we usually don't have energy supply personnel stationed at Quay. Because in the time to complete the distribution work, we can basically move somebody from other locations in Amarillo or other power plants to Quay to be there in time for manual operations at the facility. That's also why we keep more distribution personnel in Tucumcari compared to the population and how we would staff distribution personnel in other communities. That's a direct reflection of, if this happens, this is the chain of events operationally that we need to work through to restore service. Randy, anything you would add?
No, I think you hit on it, especially with the last point there, that we do have 2 distribution personnel there, both qualified individuals that can perform work that's qualified by linemen to do on the distribution system, to make ready the system, to restore anything that happens on the distribution system, but also to make ready for the coming on the Quay system.
So as David mentioned, this unit was called on by SPP recently. There was a pretty warm day. Actually, before these storms started, the series of storms, and we were called on. Quay was dispatched to support really the larger grid stability for SPP, and it performed very well. It ran and started up again to support the larger grid. So it really was originally intended to support Tucumcari, but we continue to see the Quay generator perform when the Southwest Power Pool needs the unit as well. I think the size of the unit is a max 23 megawatts, but its location and just different considerations on the system brings value to the Southwest Power Pool when this unit runs. Those kinds of dispatch produce off-system sales potentially to the benefit of customers, and those revenues can offset the costs of operating the unit, which does have a higher fuel cost, of course, given its fuel source.
Yeah, thank you for that. Also was expecting to hear about Cunningham.
Yes, we can address that. We did have an unconfirmed tornado, so kind of on the tornado theme. About a week after this Tucumcari event. I say unconfirmed because the National Weather Service has not confirmed a tornado, but our personnel saw what appeared to be very much a downspout from a storm cell. The severe winds out of that storm did damage our cooling tower at Cunningham 2. That unit is currently offline. That's about 196 megawatts. No customer outages were experienced as a result of that unit coming offline, given the availability of other generation resources at the Cunningham complex as well as at the Maddox complex. We're working through reconstruction and repair of the cooling tower, also looking at a temporary cooling tower facility, which I didn't know that we could acquire, but we can. And so working with a vendor to plan for temporary installation of a cooling tower for this summer, and then working through with David's team, a longer term restoration plan of a permanent cooling tower at the facility. So the unit is, again, not available today. We do have other generation available on the system as we enter the summer, but we'll be looking to repair that cooling tower as quickly as we can, especially the permanent solution, so that unit's available in summer of 24 and 25.
Yeah, so you don't expect it online again this summer?
It may be late this summer. We're still working through the construction schedules with our vendors.
Okay.
Yeah, right now they are working with they're going to bring in 49 remote sales, like flatbed trailer type sales. They come in, stand them up. We'll have to plummet. We have to remove all the debris, and then it's pretty quicker than I thought it would be. It's 2.5 weeks to get the temporary tower set up. We've got contaminated water. It has glycol in it, so we've got to remove the water and deal with that, and then remove the debris and bring in. It did damage underground piping as well. Our auxiliary cooling water system, when it collapsed, it bent the pipes over and broke those underground. So we've got to deal with that as well. So we've got a number of chores to get it back available. But we're, the good news. We had no injuries. Employees were able to take shelter. It was just a severe thunderstorm alert, and that funnel came out of just nowhere. And one of the employees at least spotted that, took shelter before it hit. So we were very fortunate there. So.
Yeah, agreed. Commissioners, you got any questions or?
How long was Tucumcari without power?
Brad could keep me honest. The initial transmission fault was 9 p.m. on the 24th, and service was restored about 4:15 on the 25th. So is that 11 hours, 10 hours?
But I will correct you on the
Thank you.
restoration. It was 1:30 Mountain Time,
Oh,
so
okay.
around 18 hours.
1:30 p.m.
Mountain
Mountain Time.
Yes, sir.
And then did you have any mutual assistance or was this?
No, sir. No mutual assistance in this particular case.
And what would have, how big does something have to be that you need that help from neighboring utilities?
So it's a pretty large system. It would have to be a pretty large, wide on our footprint for us to bring in mutual assistance. In most cases, in the cases where we can prepare for that, we reach out to our sister utility first, Piesco. So in this case, obviously it was a fast moving storm came in there, but if you have something like a predicted ice storm, predicted snowstorm, something like that, we can call out to our sister utility, Piesco. They can send down resources. We have them staged in those instances. In this particular case where it came through, it would have to be a pretty wide swath with a large amount of damage and a large customer footprint before we reach out to not only our sister utility, but any other mutual aids.
Thanks. I mean, the weather reports I'd seen recently were Piesco was having problems, not. Hadn't heard about the cantaloupe sized hail.
Yeah. Fiasco's certainly gotten a lot of rain. I was in Denver last week. It's very green. Was in Roswell yesterday, and the ride from Roswell to Santa Fe this morning was also very green. So it's a beautiful service territory right now. But the storms can have damaging impact on the infrastructure.
What kind of generating unit is at K?
It's a compare.
Yes, the K generating.
Yeah, it's a Westinghouse.
Wait, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, Westinghouse. It's a W251G
Is it a
combustion turbine. Yeah, the previous life, we moved that turbine from just north of Borger, Texas, to fit this need in Tucumcari, and so.
and its only source of fuel is the diesel. It's not equipped to be a dual fuel unit.
It
right
was
now?
a natural gas to begin with, and because of the lack of fuel, I suppose, in that area, we went with diesel, and so we put what we thought was an adequate supply. Normally, that's if it was running at full load, it's a little over 60 hours available. As we were running it during this time, we could have gone 105 hours. But by that Friday, we had tanker trucks delivering fuel to the site, and so we were getting about 3 truck loads a day, and that was plenty to keep up.
And how long the transmission line itself was it on the ground, or how long did the restoration process take?
Restoration, like I said, started primarily on Thursday and was completed by Saturday. We had a lot of the materials, not all of them. I will say, shout out to the NMDOT. They offered assistance, equipment and facilities to access the easement in other areas. But we had the materials and personnel available to complete that restoration work. It was just so muddy. It was really challenging to get in there. So on slide 5, you can kind of see some transmission poles, and then areas where there's no transmission poles. That's a lot of the situation that the crews were dealing with, just poles on the ground.
Yeah, as you would guess, the initial reaction Wednesday night was trying to get to the location with the mud. It was very difficult to get to the location. Once we were able to get in daylight Thursday morning, we were able to determine that we had 20 structures down, all in a line. So they were all in a row. They were in the east-west portion of that 115 kV structure, 115 kV circuit there. Our initial thoughts and estimates was that it was going to take us till Sunday to restore those transmission lines. And as David said, that was this scenario was the reason we put the Quay unit in approximately 10 years ago, was this very scenario.
Right, it certainly does show the value of having that generator there. Is that generator one that you're intending to maintain going forward?
Yes.
Intending to keep as part of your portfolio?
Yeah, the emergency power for that's a brand new, that was a brand new system that we put in, and we just got to reuse that one combustion turbine. It was in pretty good shape enough to meet this need. Like I said, the inverter, if we would have been able to shorten the delivery time, it was 26 weeks to get a new inverter, 6.5 months. And that was really our issue. And I think that's kind of the story with a lot of the utilities right now. It's just getting parts and pieces.
How long would it take you just to island the Tucumcari system, if not considering the generator, how long it took to start it up?
Yeah, usually the generator it's very quick to start. And that really takes a lot longer probably on the switching side.
The switching is 4 to 6 hours in a perfect scenario. If you're trying to island Tucumcari in a black start situation, it's 4 to 6 hours. We've got 3 different control centers: distribution, transmission, and Nichols Station, which actually starts that unit in Amarillo, all coordinating to do that. So for distribution, to bring the distribution circuit, get it ready, and then transmission, we do have a tie to the co-op to make sure that that's isolated as well. To do that isolation, start the generator, and then restore appropriately across the town. It's 4 to 6 hours, well over 100 steps in coordination between all 3 control centers.
So if the Quay generator had been ready, you could have had it. You could have had people online within 4 to 6 hours instead of 18.
4 to 6 hours. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say 4 to 6 hours after the determination that was the approach we wanted to take. Obviously, we wanted to get eyes on transmission, because if we can get the transmission up and restored more quickly, we've actually had that historically, where we had the transmission structure go down. We were able to identify the problem and isolate it very quickly. And instead of going through the 4 to 6 hour process of bringing on Quay, we were able to, in 3 or 4 hours, get the transmission line back up and restored. So that's what you're trying to determine there.
Understood. Well, understanding the difficult nature of the weather, appreciate your prompt response and you're having the backup generator available.
Yeah, just wanted to thank you for the presentation, and, same as Commissioner Ellison, it seems like you guys were very prepared for this situation. Unfortunately, there's been a lot of this extreme weather, and it doesn't seem like it's going to be going away. So just one question, are there any lessons learned, or things that maybe you could continue to prepare for or do differently?
Yeah, for us as we dove into the control system, we decided we wanted to buy some spare components to that, and so having the difficulty of availability of getting parts and pieces in has been an issue. So we had some talk, in fact, this morning about installing a brand new control system. Maybe that is the case as well. But yeah, certainly we're diving into more details. And I thought it went pretty well. Like I said, the 100 steps it takes to put the line, the power back into the community. I thought that was coordinated pretty well. We've actually did some practice drills before this has happened. So, this was the true test for us all. But we hope to have all the systems ready to go from now on. So
I would just add that since the reprogramming of that control, essentially in this instance, had to be performed manually, I think we've had some cross-training opportunities and information sharing within energy supply employees to, we've trained on this, we test on this, but that person had to go in and basically manually reprogram a computer, in a high stress environment during a storm. And so there's lessons learned there just from a personal perspective. There's always safety lessons, as we see different characteristics of severe weather, sharing that information. A tornado in Hobbs, New Mexico is not common, right? So what did we experience? What were the operations? Are our systems in severe weather events prepared? Are our policies and people prepared? Because those storms, as we've seen pretty consistently over the last 3 weeks, can change quickly. The nature of the storm itself can change quickly, and tornadoes can definitely pick up and drop, pretty quickly wherever they want to. And so having that resiliency from a internal employee perspective too has been a good opportunity here, and also sharing some of our extreme weather experiences with our other Xcel Energy operating companies. As you mentioned, Piesco's having some weather, so we see interesting things in all the jurisdictions and share that information across our organizations.
I had one other question, if you don't mind. You mentioned that it takes about 4 to 6 hours to isolate Tucumcari so that you could power it from the Quay generator. Are any of the, I guess the switching involved in that, is any of that automated?
Not on the distribution nor the transmission. I let David speak to the switching in on the unit itself.
Yeah, as far as automation and put the unit online, we can do that completely remote. In this case, and we've got to actually do some switching to get the line to get the unit on to a dead bus. So we've got a little bit more logic we've got to work through on that, where you actually had to do a manual switch to get that.
But the work on the distribution system is manual within the city.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just wondering whether, in terms of, when you isolate Tucumcari, whether having some automation of certain substations could, speed the process.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Automation in the substation and automation out on the line. Well, a good portion of the switching is out on the distribution facilities themselves. And so gang operator brake switches, disconnects, that sort of thing, automating those at some portion.
Thank you.
Well, then just echo what you've heard from other commissioners. Thanks for coming in and giving us this update, and great to hear that despite the challenge that power was restored and no one got hurt. So it's a much different perspective than when the lights go out in my home and I have to reset the clock on the microwave. So.
Well, thank you, and thanks for thinking about us. As I'd say, hopefully we aren't back talking about the weather again soon, but it could happen. And I do think some warm days, some sunny days can help dry out the territory a little bit. We're pretty saturated. The moisture is well received, for many of our industries in this part of the country, but we're at max capacity from a playa lake perspective and that kind of thing. So we could use a little bit of pause, but we'll continue to keep watching the weather and let the commission know if there's any operational items to report. We appreciate staff's engagement on this as well. We've had pretty consistent communications as we've seen these events in the last couple of weeks. So appreciate everyone looking at those emails. Sometimes they come in late at night and taking calls just to keep everyone in the loop. So thank you for your interest and thank you for support, especially of our response personnel and our crews that work long hours to make sure these restoration times are as quick as they can be.
We'll see you Friday. Okay, so next item on the agenda is communications with Chief of Staff. Ms. Corey, you want to take the floor?
Mr. Chair, if it would be all right with you, I would like Mr. Gutierrez to present the results of the logo poll.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, commissioners. As the PRC moves forward this year with a new commission and a new structure and new staff, we wanted to make sure that as we're moving forward, we have a logo that's associated with this new direction. We've been working with the graphic design team to develop a new logo. We also wanted to involve the PRC employees to be part of this logo decision process. So after sending out an agency-wide survey, 59.6% of the survey participants have picked the following logo that Patrick is going to put up shortly. And I'm presenting it to you for the very first time. In addition to the new logo, we will also be rolling out an updated and redesigned website at the end of the month, which is June 30th. This new logo will be on the website, will be on letterhead, and anywhere we could put the logo. And that's it.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioners, any questions or comments on Now we got where we are.
It looks nice. What does the symbol stand for?
It's a very abstract symbol that this graphic design team created. When we discussed with them previously, we wanted it to have kind of a New Mexican feel. The turquoise in the middle gives that color. And in my personal opinion, it kind of reminds me of kind of like the petroglyphs. But it's an abstract New Mexican logo that's been created for the first time for our agency.
Or a Chaco Canyon type look in a way.
It could be anything you want it to be. It's the beautiful thing about the logo being abstract.
Well, thank you to the PRC staff who participated and selected the logo, and to the design team. I mean, I like it. I like the turquoise. So when I was moving here, my wife was excited to move as well, and she was excited to live in New Mexico, but also to start what she calls her turquoise journey. So I think this is, very much in line with that for my turquoise journey. So
We'll make sure to get you a shirt and your wife a shirt as well with the new logo.
Yeah, thank you. I think I appreciate you including the PRC in this process too. I think I was one of the 59% that voted for that one. So happy to see it come back. And good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have anything quite as exciting as a new logo to reveal. But at our last meeting, Mr. Chair, you asked us to revisit where we're at in the rulemaking process. So I am going to share a modified version of what we looked at almost 2 months ago now. It's been a while, time flies, right? And just kind of give us an update of where we are. Assuming that I can make technology work. Excellent. Okay. So the struggle for me was trying to display where we were at versus where we wanted to be without making it super confusing. So what I did was added underneath each rulemaking whether or not we hit the target. And I'm very pleased to say that we have in the vast majority of targets recently. The top two reliability standards and integrated distribution planning, based on our conversation several months ago, they were going to follow a similar track headed by Commissioner Ellison. That is kicked off and moving forward with a workshop on Friday. So we're in this week, and just as scheduled, there's a workshop moving forward. The rules hearings for our two transportation matters are pushed out a little bit, but that is just the process of rulemaking itself, and all of that is predicated on when notice is published, and we have to count forward from the submission to the records and archives guys, which are very particular about the fonts we use and the commas that we add and all of those very interesting things. So all of that looks like we're on track. The one item I did want to talk with you all about is the amendments to Rule 1.2.2. That looks like it's gotten a lot of attention and a lot of interest. And so it's delayed because of some desire to be very thorough in those amendments. What I would recommend after talking with our OGC staff, Robert Lundeen, who is heading this particular rule, is issuing an inquiry, because I have received input or at least interest from some of the interveners and the IOUs. And what I think would make sense is to ask targeted questions to get their input prior to issuing that NOPR, so that when the rule is published, it incorporates such suggestions. And so that also serves the dual purpose of giving our internal staff who have also expressed significant interest in this time to make their suggestions and edits. And so unless I hear any significant objections, what we will do is target issuing that inquiry maybe in 2 weeks and get that moving.
Yeah, actually, not surprised that you said that, because I know when I looked through that rule and thought about what's changed since it was last revised, it problem got bigger, faster, more. So the idea that we might want to go with a bigger process on that's not surprising. Question, who will lead drafting this notice of inquiry, or how do we get that moving?
So I've talked with Mr. Lundin, and he is aware that that would be his challenge. And my suggestion is that he work with you, Mr. Chair, given your background, to address those very specific questions and make that inquiry as tight as possible.
Okay, and I'll follow up with Mr. Lundin, because if he can get me going while he's off next week, I'll definitely try to move that forward.
Could you please remind me what is rule 1.2.2?
Yeah, Mr. Commissioner, it is, I'm going to call it the procedural rules, although it covers a lot of things, but it's generally the procedural rules that we use for hearings and other matters in front of the commission.
Okay, thanks.
It's our machine code.
The other thing that I want to draw your attention to are these that you can't quite see, but now you can. These three, they weren't on the previous list. And they've come up since we first discussed it. And so anticipate more discussion. I'm just highlighting them for you today. One is these are all my working titles for them. They're not the official titles for any of these. So please forgive my shorthand. I'm calling it the Prison Telecom Operators Rule. This was a rule that was finalized at the end of last year, and Mr. Fisk and I have discussed just taking the final steps to make that official. It needs to be published. So all of that is dependent on, again, records and archives and timing and all of that. They only accept that during certain times of the month and for certain cycles. And so we'll work on getting that published as soon as possible. The other two, community solar, we've talked about a little bit, but there has been, I've heard significant interest in restarting the discussions about what we learned from this time around and what we do next time. So this I've added to our list, and I've targeted just starting those discussions, maybe opening an inquiry beginning to middle of August, just so we can start we should have some data by then, so we can start those conversations, because if we wait until everything's up and running, we might run the risk of being behind in the next phase. And then last but not least is this greenhouse gas emissions calculations. Under the ETA, any utility issuing securitization bonds has to meet certain targets for greenhouse gas emissions. And then the statute requires the commission to promulgate rules about that section. And so that's something that we need to start discussing again sooner rather than later. I don't have a firm deadline, but I do anticipate there's a open week in the middle of July. So perhaps we can look at that for starting that conversation.
Is that key to issuing the bonds or receiving a financing order?
Boy, that's a good question. The statute says receiving approval of the financing order and issuing bonds. So that's probably question number one that we tackle when we open that discussion.
Because the law also says it started in January of this year, so.
I mean, we could open it as early as next week, but I thought perhaps we want to put some thought into the questions that we ask when we open the inquiry.
I agree. Yeah, I guess with that one, I'm just afraid if we get through Q3 and the utility hasn't been doing their job, we're gonna have a hard time fixing it. But hopefully with this discussion, they're on notice. We can get it done.
Other thoughts or comments about the rulemaking? Or rulemaking process or? No. The only other update I have is that we have a DOE fellow joining us in July. This is part of the LIHEAP assistance that you all approved back in January. We're excited to have her starting, bringing on more capacity. As you can see, the what I'm calling the staff side of the room is filling up, and that's very exciting. But we'll have a DOE fellow joining us in July, and then we are currently in interviews for the NARUC intern. So we did get quite a bit of interest in that and are in the process of selecting. The NARUC internship requires 10 weeks of work. So we are trying to make sure we get that in before they start school. But obviously we can be flexible about working hours after they do start if that's what we need to do. And then last but not least, DOE is accepting applications, I believe still, although the deadline is coming up soon, for that Energy Innovator Fellow for the fall. So if you know anybody, or if anybody out there knows anybody, I encourage them to apply. I will stop sharing my screen and stand for questions of all sorts.
Yeah, I didn't have any questions. You.
Thank you for keeping us moving forward on all these fronts. The DOE Clean Energy Fellows, that person would start in the fall of this year. Is that the schedule?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay, and certainly if we we could certainly contact universities and try to get people to apply to that program.
Yes, and I want to say the deadline is like this week. So I know we have been out there kind of trying to generate interest. They apply to DOE and not to us. And so what the status of the applications are, that's in DOE's hands. I wouldn't be able to know how much interest we've gotten.
Do you know if the universities in New Mexico are aware of that?
I believe
position?
they are.
Mhm.
Commissioner, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
Yeah, I do believe they are. We've reached out to them, both individuals and through their recruitment programming.
Great, thank you.
I don't have any questions, just, thank you for keeping us on track. Appreciate the updates as well.
Yeah, thank you. Next item is communications with commissioners. I'll start with Commissioner Ellison, fresh off of his vacation.
This may be more appropriate for next week, but I'll talk about it anyway. I understand we may be discussing the potential for moving to a bi-weekly open meeting schedule. And one thought that comes to mind is that it may make sense to kind of bake into the schedule a deliberative session in between those meetings. It just feels like to me, going 2 weeks without communicating with both of you is a long time. And if we're able to kind of pre-program in an executive session every other week, then that would give us the chance to connect and to confer on the items that we have the following week. And maybe that's being considered now, but that's just my input, that I would certainly value the ability to confer with both of you and hear your perspectives on on the various cases.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, that is a preview. I think we are planning to have that on the agenda next week. So good that you brought that up now so we can think about it before next week. So, Commissioner Aguilera, do you have any?
Yeah, just want to drill down a little further on your ideas. Is this an executive session for like communications with commissioners, or are you talking about like a regular one for like adjudicatory proceedings, or how can you clarify?
So we obviously, should think about this some more, but I was thinking, any items that would be coming up at the next open meeting that we could have that session in the week prior to, to have a discussion about them. I understand that, the rulemakings may be, kind of a separate area, but for items that we'd be making a decision on the following week, I would certainly value having a deliberative session to discuss those items. I think we can talk more about how that might work. I understand the Oregon Commission has something similar to that. Again, my general feeling is that going 2 weeks without communications with you is a long time, and that personally I would value getting your points of view prior to that open meeting.
Okay, thank you. I think I understand better now.
Did you have any other comments?
No, and not on that. And then also I didn't have anything to raise for discussion.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't have anything other than just to observe what Ms. Trammell told us. Commissioner Aguilera and I were in Farmington Monday and Tuesday this week for our CAPE certification training classes. And just driving from central New Mexico to northwest New Mexico and back, it's really beautiful out there at the moment. So, and then again, too bad you're here instead of celebrating National New Mexico Day. Okay, so next item on the agenda is an executive closed session. So I'll entertain a motion for us to enter into the closed session.
Okay, I move that the commission enter into closed session pursuant to NMSA section 10-15-1H7 of the Open Meetings Act to discuss complaint number HRB 23050369S as listed on the agenda.
Got a second?
I second the motion.
So motion to enter into executive closed session has been made and seconded. I guess just as a discussion item, one, how I figure we can do that is the group of us that will participate in that closed session will just go into this room here. So if anybody wants to stay, we'll go into closed session and then come back, do our recitation, and meeting will adjourn. So if you want to stay for that, you're welcome to stay here. Those of us that need to attend the closed session will just take it in that room next door. Is there any other discussion?
So just to clarify, Mr. Chair, there's going to be no substantive discussion after we come out of that closed session, so there's no need for people to wait if they don't want to wait.
Yeah, it's you know, what it says on the agenda that we're just gonna learn about this item. Hearing no more discussion, Russell, could you call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Ellis,
Aye.
Commissioner Aguilera,
Aye.
and Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 3-0 to go into executive closed session.
Thank you. So let the record reflect commission voted to enter into closed session by a roll call vote of its members. The time is 1:03 PM and recorder may be turned off. For members of the audience, you know, this portion of the meeting will be in a closed session. We'll retire to the breakout room. And then just know that we're going to return and resume this open meeting when the closed session's over. Thank you all. And just for those of us that have to go to closed session, see you there in 10 minutes. And so being informed that we're back online, just thank you for sticking with it if you did. The time is now 1:29 and the commission has concluded its closed session. As chair of the commission, I'll affirm for the record that the matters discussed in the closed session were limited only to those specified in the motion for closure and no official action was taken.
Mr. Chairman, though, I believe first there has to be a vote to come out of closed session and then you make the recitation. Sorry about that.
Sure, we can do that. So entertain a motion to vote to end the closed session.
Yeah, I move to end the closed session and re-enter the open session.
Second.
Commissioner Ellison,
Aye.
Mr. Chairman,
Aye.
and Commissioner Aguilera.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 3-0 to come out of closed session into open session.
Okay. Having taken that procedural step, I'll just go ahead and repeat the recitation. Time is now 1:30 and commission has concluded its closed session. As chair of the commission, I will affirm for the record that the matters discussed in the closed session were limited only to those specified in the motion for closure and that no official action was taken. So I believe that concludes this item of the agenda. Next item on the agenda is to adjourn. Do we have anyone objecting to adjourning? Seeing no objection, we are adjourned.